Beep. All right, guys. How we doing? All right, we back. We got the rest of the day off, except for making dinner. Everybody good? Okay. Okay, we got our paintings. Let me plug in our power source. We'll just shrink that a little bit. That's good. We got a good view. These are our paintings from oops the other day. Oh, we got those. I have to change out the how they're hung. We got our this was our green one, our red one, and our blue one with the brown tannish color. So we're gonna work on these small ones and then hopefully get around to some rocks. Um, hold on a second. Water. So we have that one and the third one. I thought I had more of these. Maybe that was it. So, and I did go get some more matte medium. This time I got golden because for 16 full ounces, 473, 73. I kept wanting to say 37 milliliters. It was like a dollar cheaper than the liquid text. You could. This is um. Is this a quart? This is 946 milliliters. The one they had there was the next size down. So it was the same, 16 full ounces, 473 milliliters for a dollar more. And I was like, Golden's cheaper than the Liquitex? That's insane. So I just got the Golden. So I feel like it's the better product. I don't know. I'm biased. Who do we have today? Oh, shoes. Iconic Anya, welcome. Cool paintings and W Hunts or once. They look good. Thank you. Adding to these. Uh, so you're going to do some acrylic layers. This one has quite a bit already on it. But we're going to start off with some acrylic paint layers. Maybe we'll do some drips, some drippage. Oh man, did I not close this all the way yesterday or the other day? Yesterday? Yes. Yesterday I was out here, right? I was out here yesterday early. Make sure they're all closed up and our pile of used paper towels. getting to be a lot of used paper towels. We need a new container. Let me turn the fan on. We got our brush and let's get our paint going. And yeah, let's get some colors here. Let me just some of this clean up some of the mess. Put my it's called back there, and we'll put this paper right there. Yes, there's a bag of rocks that we'll be playing with here soon. Oh, I did pick up some Posca markers too to use on our rocks. They have these different shade packs now. Um, I got the green and the yellow. They are about 30 bucks a piece at Michael's, but if you are signed up with their membership rewards or whatever, it's free. They usually send you coupons. So I had one coupon for 30% off in store. So that probably brought it down to, I don't know, maybe around 20, 25, 26, $7. But I like them. They're good pens. Why do I keep, hey, Frederick Oser, 9459. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. I hope you all are doing well. I'm sorry if I wasn't quite uh, engaged with you all right away. Just trying to catch my breath here and figure out what colors we're going to use while reorganizing, or at least cleaning up a little bit. So with this like orangish red, we're always using this um bright aqua green, which is a nice color to use with that color scheme, just because red and green are complementary. So these always work great together. Maybe maybe the phthalo green would work too. It's a little darker. Um, let's do the phthalo green because or should we use? We haven't. You know what color we haven't used? Some of our browns. Uh, raw sienna. I don't think we have any ochre. We have a limited color palette in these Blick brands. So Yuri Casas, welcome. Thank you for dropping through and saying hello. Thank you guys. I appreciate the like. Thank you for the thumbs up. We're gonna let's do some drips. Or should we do some splatters? We haven't done a splatter, right, guys? Drips, then splatters, then drips. Add a little bit of this matte medium to help things keep bound together when I add a little bit of water. The water likes to break down the acrylic paint. So it's good to add a little bit of the matte medium, keep it a little bit more stable. And So we're going to add some of this to our canvas. What are you doing? I am going to be painting here. I got these two canvases on my wall, and right now I'm mixing up a little bit of raw sienna acrylic paint, and I'm going to add that to one or both of these canvases. So just doing a little drip, or I could do a splatter. Problem is with the splatter, gravity is going to pull on the paint and cause it to run. So what do they call it? Gravity is that magical force, that magical weak force that keeps us planted to the ground. So I wonder if I should loosen this up a little bit more. We can do that by adding more water afterwards, or we can add more water right now, but it'll just cause it to run pretty good. So we're gonna do this all the way across the canvas. We got our raw sienna mix, and it's gonna run down the canvas. Like I said, gravity is gonna pull it. What is this? Grass? Latex or something? Just playing with the material, the paint material. Okay, well, there was enough to just do this one canvas. And then we could just sit and watch as gravity pulls the paint down. Now, the less viscous the paint, the easier the paint is gonna run down the canvas surface. So that is that. Let me wipe off excess paint. I like to keep my brushes regularly cleaned because I use them throughout throughout our painting process here. And let me clean out um my mixing palette here. I also like to keep this clean. I could just leave the paint in there and mix the other whatever color in it. That color will absorb whatever was in the palette here, um, creating little variable color mixes. So, all right. And then we could just pour this water back into. So I'm hoping you get more of these to run down uh, the canvas surface, but I think that pretty pretty much where it's gonna sit. I could use a little more water. Thing is, I am going to not do that because after a certain amount of time goes by, I'm going to, excuse me, remove the paint that's there. So any paint that's still wet or hasn't dried or cured will be removed, and it'll leave whatever was able to dry or set. So we're gonna do the next canvas. I'm thinking yellow. We have we have this a couple different yellows. We have a primary yellow or a cadmium light hue yellow. I'm thinking let's go with the primary. Oh, thanks for the second likes, guys. Appreciate it. Gonna be time to re-up some paint. I have to look to see how much. I can't remember how much I spent on those uh, tubes. Okay, this is not doing so hot. It's pretty much empty. Pretty empty. So let's use. Man, I can't believe they don't sell. So I went to Michael's. It's one of the few places that sells art materials around here. Um, we don't have a proper art material store. I mean, I guess I could order stuff online. Um, my wife does that all the time with stuff. I'm not a huge fan, but I might just have to break down and do that. I just don't like waiting. I'd rather go to the store and pick it up and have it to use as soon as possible. But we don't have that. And so that container I just showed you, I want to say I did purchase at the Michaels, but they're not selling that size anymore. Or at least I didn't see it there. They had the they had the small size, like the size I picked up in the Golden brand. Okay. All right. Now we got our whoops. We lost this we lost some paint. It went overboard. Might have used too much water, but we'll just roll with it. Might drip better. Might make for a better drip. So we're doing this to build up, the layers, and some things will inevitably get covered up over the course of layers. Yeah, this yellow is doesn't come out as opaque. as one would like. And yellows usually are not very well known for their coverage. What we got on there, and that's dripping away down below. Like I said, I need some kind of trough or something to catch the paint that drips off there, but it just hits the 2x4 down below, and I'll just wipe it off. But yeah, that yellow will actually thin out. You can see it kind of thinning out at the top where applied it, initially applied it. Okay, guys. Probably use the hair dryer. Kind of helps speed up some drying time, the drying process or the setting process. I don't know if you can hear. It's pretty windy out today. Sun's out though, not like the other day where it was a little overcast and it rained a little bit. So I'm sure there are some out there that want to see some real painting from me. And I don't know what that means, because this is all painting. But eventually I'll get there. Eventually you'll see some. These canvases are more uh, the series of canvases are more abstract. Their back, their underpainting is built up through a process of layering in different ways of applying paint and removing paint. So I am just trying to build up a group or collection of them right now at this time because I am out in my garage. I use this as my studio, one of my studio spaces during the warm season. So it is mid October now. It's going to be getting cold eventually. We might have okay weather through October, and then November really starts to get a little cooler, and it's not heated out here or insulated as far as I know. I don't think the walls are insulated, so it uh, wouldn't make for a very good space to work in during the winter season. All right, we got that. So I'm gonna take the hair dryer. I'm gonna hit the paint with the hair dryer. Kind of helps speed up the setting process. Let me move some stuff out of the way. I don't know if you guys will hear the noise because I'm using my earbuds. I got these new AirPods, and I think they kind of cancel out any kind of loud noise. So yeah, if it works, if it works. I don't know what's going on because last time I had the same problem. Not sure how I fixed it. Oh, we go. Maybe that's what it was. Uh-oh. Just get the little notification. My earbud will be dying soon, so let me switch them out. You guys hear me again? My audible. Okay, we got that. Uh, how do we do this? What can we do? Can we pull the paint down? Where's my the thing I was using for my paint scraper? It's like a piece of wood. Where did I put it? There it is. Let's see. All right, let's see. So this kind of scraped, scratched the paint. Kind of digging the scratches. Oops. Let's keep this over here so we know where our tool is at. I can also hit this with the hair dryer again. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is rotate these. Rotate these around. That was no good. It was not nowhere near touching this canvas. There we go. Now it's all done. Is it? Is it? There it is. Pulling that in place. Okay. Some of the excess paint. Okay. It's oh, we're done with that. So get rid of that. And get our hair dryer ready again. Need that just yet. So, ooh, excuse me, guys. Now we do have that other small canvas we're gonna do stuff on too. So I want to make sure I keep that in the rotation. But since we've only done a couple layers, one layer, not even a couple. Do I need tissues now so I can blow my nose? Uh, let's try some. We're gonna do spray paint right now. We're gonna try some alternating between drips and spray paint. So I need some paper to lay the spray paint on first. Wipe up this paint. Uh, and then cause issue with our with our, whoops, there's still more down here. All right, so we're gonna do a few lines, horizontal lines with spray paint. Um, let's do so. We have been doing similar colors, but we can also do some stuff varies in color. So we have reds on this side. We're gonna go with the red still. So we have this gloss red pepper. We have a pink gloss mambo pink. We have this burgundy, gloss, gloss burgundy. Like here, gloss burgundy. Do we have any other reds? We should. We have a uh, sunrise red. Okay. I got a USB light. So we got blue. What else do we have? Some other reds. Pimento. Pimento, glass banner red. We have a brown. I can use some brown. We have leather brown. Matte coffee bean. That's kind of dark. Try to use that. Let's do instead of the red, go dark brown. We got summer wheat. We have a matte wild rose. Kind of on the reddish side, I guess. Leather brown. Utilizing these browns. So the first layer I lay down will be the layer that is exposed um, on the surface. And then each subsequent layer goes towards, as far as depth concerned, goes back. So if we start light and then dark, the dark will be in the background. So what should we do? Should we do 3 lines? We also have red primer we could use. So what if I did these 3? We'll leave these 3 alone. Coffee bean or dark brown? How about we do 1 line at a time? So we want the light color first, which is our wild rose. Not sure how well that'll show up because this is going to be much thinner paint compared to other 2. I probably should wear my, if I could find it. Where did it? Yes. Be smart and wear the respirator. You guys should still be able to hear me with the earbud on. But yeah, some of these paints can be kind of harsh with the smell. Okay. Okay, we'll let it sit for a second. It's all gonna kind of merge together somewhat. Okay. Yeah. Thanks guys for another like. Got 3 so far. Appreciate it. We're gonna add this other line. I'm just gonna let it sit for a little longer. A lot of waiting in this painting game. That's fun. Well, I think that sat a little too long. Hey, what's going on, Emma? Good to see you. Yo, what's up? Vane up in that room. Gotta wear the mask. Yep, every technique. If you got some suggestions, throw them at me. I forgot I am wearing the wrong glasses, but that's okay. So let me get some more paper. Let me rip off a piece of paper. How's it going, Emmett? What you up to? You going live soon? Do you paint more during the winter because you can't go out? There was the winter before last winter, I didn't do barely any painting. Last winter I did a little bit more, but not a whole lot. So I can't really make that claim that I do more painting in the winter than I do other times of the year. I would say the fall time is probably when I get more done. But I'm gonna try and trying to work on being more diligent with painting during this next winter season. Because I'd like to be more productive this year. Because winter is a good time to take advantage of, the fact that you can't do all the things you can do in the summertime. So might as well take advantage of the slow times and use that to paint. Man, let me turn this fan up to help move the air around. Let's see, we got Don Brill Lee Artistries in the house. These canvases have 100 layers in them. Damn, damn straight. We're working on 1,000 layers, 1,000 layer painting. Yep, build them up. We got plenty of time to like make layers. Plenty of time. Keep this layer game going. I'm layering up. I'm layering up. Andrel says, "Ee, ee." The more the merrier. Yeah, they always say less is more, but more is more. They should say more is less. More is less. What is 1,000 layer painting? Sounds brilliant. Yeah, I just keep if I take a few panels and just keep adding and add, I can get a nice thick layer on there, like a Chicago deep dish. All right, guys, we're gonna add some spray paint to that side. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. Uh-oh. My wife says the dog needs out again. So let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick. Oh, man, that was a struggle to get out of there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We go with another. Now we need a freshie. Let me I'm gonna play around with uh semi-used line. We're gonna do a fresh line. Just enjoy that line I just put down on there. And let me grab this dog real quick because I guess she gets to go outside. You might lose me as I get farther away. Here's the yeah. But whoops. Um, Sandro says it looks like someone rode their bike through the grass. That is an awesome observation. I love that take. Come on, let's go potty. There'll be more. There'll be more bike trails here. It's coming soon after the dog does her duty. She just wants to come outside. Tired of laying on the bed. Tired of laying on that bed. Are you? Get the thing out and snooze all day. Get fed. Get food. So you guys can still hear me, right? Kind of a brown day today, even though the sun's out. We got probably got a good hour more of sunlight here. It's about 7 after 5 p.m. here in the old Midwest. And it's been getting dark around 6, I want to say, between 6 and 6:30. You gotta go. Come on, you. Come on, you. Excuse me. Hey, you. Where you going? You, you spotting a squirrel. Come on, you. You can't go out there. You see that traffic? You be out in that traffic dancing around. Come on, you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's like every time you were working on a new painting. Yeah. Funny, the thing with these paintings is it's tough to follow progress. That's why you gotta watch the streams, dog. You watch the streams, you keep up with the progress. You know where I left off. It's like watching a series. It's the World Series of painting. You blink and you miss something. There is no follow necessary, just create. Yeah, dude. That's the thing with abstraction. Now, I'm not saying this is great abstraction, but it's the difference between painting to create an image, um, in the sense of like um, uh, that's that's what paint's killing brain cell. Um, Something that's representational versus something that a painting where you're just playing with material to create something that you have no idea what it's going to be in the end. That's the cool part is there's a type of painting where you lead, and then there's another type of painting where the painting leads you. Better. I didn't get any of the things I was saying. I knew better. I knew better. All right, let's do some more lines. We're doing lines. Good point. Although it is also nice to see how the artist evolves and how he even comes to ideas sometimes. Skid marks, yeah. Yeah, but some artists don't want you to see that part of the process. Trade secrets. That's why I do these live streams. So there is a documentation of the process. It's just if you can hold out and following it. It's not so easy, but it's like a like a baseball game or football game. You just miss stuff. You miss, and then hopefully you get to see the highlights, right? There goes the fire. Was that an ant? It heard some spraying noise when it got creeped out. All right. Try to keep them parallel, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Trying to keep it parallel. Trying to keep it parallel. See, I like to see what the paint can do. So that's kind of what painting is for me. Yeah, I could do illustrative type stuff. And again, it's just about the image, the outcome, the output. But uh to me with painting, I think it's just like learning about your materials and some people would say mastering them, but I think once you start to master something, it starts to lose life, a certain kind of energy. So I'm gonna make a lattice fence of colors here. I'm gonna get another sheet of paper because I'm tired of waiting. Let's use this one. We'll use the back side of this one. And we will continue making our line. You said, let's see, you gave me an idea. I want to take a blowtorch to one of your canvases, but all I have is a torch lighter. I might need to take a torch lighter to my painting. There you go. I've done some stuff where I worked on wood, did some paintings, and used pastels and stuff on the surface. And then I had like one of those blow torches you use for soldering. I don't know if they still sell those. You should be able to buy them. And I burnt holes in the through the wood. And I have never done anything like that before. So it's just fun to try stuff. because you never know what result you might get, which might add to your toolbox of technique. Oh yeah. Oh boy. I don't know if you guys caught my last highlight. I think Emmett did. A few people did. I was talking about uh, how I got the largest wall I've ever done to do a mural on. But yeah, go check that out and you can hear about it. Not a very good story, but it's uh it's how I ended up getting to do a big ass wall that I never would have probably gotten to do. I probably didn't tell it very good. Hey, Sabrina's Suburban Garden 9448. Wait, did you have to get a new account or something? Or did you add the 9448? So maybe I need to find a more contrived, controlled environment to test it first. Yeah, you don't want to burn your house down or burn your place down. I was doing this in a friend's studio. He had like a 1,500 square foot studio, and he had quite a bit of space. So I'm sure even that wasn't like 100% safe. But okay, guys, really close. Oh, yeah, leave it like that. All horizontals. Oh, let's see. Do we need more paper? I might need more paper. Let's find some fresh. We always have plenty of paper around here to use. Like this piece from yesterday. This might cause some problems with my line. I might need a better piece of paper. This one might be too short. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, well. At least we got one side that's good. Yeah, this way. Oh, uh-oh. Wind's blowing all my paper around. Okay, well, and it says, do you have an Iowa equivalent to social or South Cal artist opportunity for finding shows? Uh, yeah, people are always posting on social media. If you know where to look, I'm sure if you do Iowa Council for the Arts or something like that, something will pop up. So there's not a lack of things to do or show in here in Iowa. It's just going to be on a scale that's not as large as a state as California or an area that's very densely populated like New York. So, but yeah, I want to say each state's going to have something like that. Everywhere people have got to be doing art in some form or fashion. But yeah, there's I think it's a government building downtown, and they are always doing calls for artists, and it's juried, so it's good. It's a good thing to like have on your CV. Your what do they call it? CV stands for crite vitae or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. What does CV stand for? Uh, Curriculum vitae. That's what it is. So basically, like your it says here an itemized list of a person's entire education, publications, accomplishments, notable projects, awards, honors, achievements, and professional experience. So basically, like your resume. All right, let me put this back on because the smell definitely gets to me. Curriculum vitae. Vitae. I'm sure that is Latin. Come on. Oh, really? Really, you gonna do this to me? You gonna do this? You gonna get all tangled up like that? Oh, Ah, shoot. Oh, well. Oh, well. Come on. Dang. They're like moving all over the place. There we go. Yay, we're getting a fence, kind of. A lattice fence. People use lattice fences around here to let their vines grow on. I thought when the paper was moving, it was gonna window wash the whole surface, and it didn't, so that was nice. Ah, we're having some issues. We're having some issues. Really, these caps are dying? Oh my god. Not a good cap anymore. Oh, that's dark. Yay! More lattice. Let's go, Dave. Garage Arts. Garage Arts. You working on in the garage today, making it happen. And making it happen. Good old garage art. You can't beat a garage. Well, you could if you got a really nice studio, but the garage is really nice. And it's basically the same thing. In my case, I got a bunch of junk in my garage. Oh, yeah. Do this side, and then I think we'll be good. I know you guys all want to see my real skills and not just this playing around BS. You want to see all my real skills. You want to see the super of superpowers, but that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna see that. You're gonna see me down in the mud, just making a mess. Y'all want to see me painting Godzilla images all day long. That ain't gonna happen. You want me to you want to see me doing portraits all day long. That ain't gonna happen. Hey Ralphie, good morning to you. Did you finish the Karen painting? No, that's on hold for the moment. We're really close. I got pretty much everything. There's some little details on the vehicles that I might add, but basically all it is just those figures that I need to paint in oil, and I put those on hold so that I can take advantage of the garage arts, as old school Dave puts it, because I didn't all summer. I waited till end of August or whatever, or when it started to not be 90 degrees. And this is the only time I could really use like spray paint and other kinds of paints that just um, have a very strong smell to them, because I'm not trying to do that inside the house. Fumigate. I've tried it in the basement, doesn't help. Just ends up all over the house. But as soon as it starts to cool down and I can't be out here, I'm sure I'll get right back on that. Actually, I have illustrations I have to do for um, this current book project. So it'll be those illustrations and then hopefully finishing that um, kitten painting before the end of the year. Depends on how detailed I end up making those figures. That's kind of the thing I've been uh, just sitting on is how to do those. How am I going to paint those? Like hyper realistically or kind of looser, um, graphic, graphically, where it looks like a um, uh, um, oh, sorry, my OCD is like, hey, you gotta wipe that up. Um, where it looks like a fucking comic book, or I'm trying to think of the graphic novel. I said graphic. Why couldn't I remember novel? Well, we got our lattice and our horizontal, whatever those are. And I decided to go with brown for some reason. Good desaturated color for this layer, since we had a lot of saturation or chromatic going on. So this will be a good backdrop to do more chromatic stuff on top of. I could have gone a little darker. And on this one, I wonder, I could do vertical lines so it's like a grid, whereas this way we have a horizontal grid. I like playing with grids, and lattices are a good way to hang things from. So same with a grid. Good for positioning, measuring, hanging stuff from. All right, guys, we're up to 6 likes on the stream today. It is 5:37 p.m. here in the Midwest, my state that I currently reside in. And Um, let's see. My wife's off at 6. I don't think we'll eat dinner right away. So I think I got at least an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe even more to continue to work on stuff. Um, these should be dry, but let me hit them with the hair dryer real quick. No, Emmett really likes the streaks. Hey, what's going on, Dave? Welcome. Good to see you in the chat. Everybody is coming through today versus the other day. Um, we had some newer people in chat, some we haven't seen before, at least not in a while. If they had been here before, hey, just gonna mention your name, Caucho Marx, because you were in here. Yes, I think it was yesterday. So, Caucho, I think you were one of the new people. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before prior to yesterday. Maybe I know I've probably seen you in other live streams, but I'm not sure. And Emmett says he loves brown streaks. He has a private Discord. Yeah, if anybody's interested sharing their art or whatever, like we have a few fellow YouTube artist streamers up in here. We got Emmett at Huzzah Creative. Definitely go check out uh, his painting streams. Ralphie Draws. Uh, I don't know, Ralphie, are you like live streaming? I saw like a highlight I watched, and I did I comment on it? You were doing uh, Virgin, the Saint. What was it? I don't know. Virgin of the Cross, Saint Mary, but the Sacred Virgin. I don't know. I can't remember, but it was looking pretty cool. Um, Yeah, go check out Ralphie Draw's channel. Dondrell Lee Artistry, one of the most prolific, I want to say abstract, but there's a little figurative to his abstractions. Um, paintings. Yeah, out there, one of the hardest working guys on YouTube. and probably one of the most inspirational guys out there. Who else do we got? Oh shoot. Dang, Emmett. I'm watching like this Asian girl that paints. I think she's Asian. She kind of looks like you, Emmett. I thought you were going live. Uh Yerdis, it looks like her name is. She's doing a pretty wild looking character. It looks like a cat, but has all these eyeballs all over it. It's pretty dope. I'm actually gonna subscribe because I'll check her out later on. You know, sometimes when you swipe, you see some garbage. Wait. Hold on a second. Said something about asking a question. You can ask questions now on YouTube. Wait, what does this say? Answer in chat. Oh, so she asks a question and you answer it? Is that I've never seen that feature before, guys. All right, we're going back to my stream though, because I'm supposed to be focusing on what I'm doing. So yeah, we definitely check out these guys. Za Creative, Ralphie Draws, and Dondrell Lee Artistry. Uh I'll shout out old school Dave, but I don't think Dave does anything on his channel. Dave's a good person to come in and uh, keep you motivated, keep you on your toes. What's her page? It was like Irdis or something. At EIRDIS. Irdis. I can't. I'm not hearing any volume because I don't have this turned up at all. Okay, she speaks English. Cool painting though. Yeah. At EIRDIS. Irdis. Adis. She's like the female version of Huzzah Creative. She doesn't look like you. She totally looks like you. Okay, it's probably just the hair. It's the hair. She doesn't have a mustache, dude. Okay? Of course she's not gonna look like you. You got the mustache. She doesn't have the stash. I'm sure she's Asian. LOL what? What's her page? That's the second version. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Our Lady of the Rosary. Not the Virgin of the Cross. Not trying to be disrespectful. I just can't remember any of that stuff sometimes. But yeah, it was looking pretty good, Ralphie. Um, yeah, it was. I think it was your you were highlighting a tip on how to keep your pencil tips from breaking. Man, this thing is messed, dude. It's all twisted up. Right. All right. Okay. I'm still wearing the wrong glasses, so everything looks all weird, like I'm looking through a fishbowl. Uh, yeah, I that's very debatable. She definitely looks like you. To a T. To a T. Put a mustache on her, she looks just like you. Put that little stash you got going on, looking just like you. Okay, did I want to do vertical lines or do I not want to do vertical lines? Actually, screw the spray paint. We got enough spray paint on this so far. I'm gonna rotate these around. I'll rotate these around. You want to see? You guys want to see me do a Dondrell Lee figure? I'll try a Dondrell Lee figure. Just go nuts, see what happens. I'm trying to stay focused though, so don't sidetrack me, guys. Trying to stay focused on what I'm doing. You guys got me questioning what I should be doing. Hey, that's pretty dry. Doo 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 doo. Hey, we're up to 8. Thank you guys for all the thumbs up, the likes. We're at 8. The other day we had like quite the subscriber turnout. I was surprised. Probably the most subscribers subscribing uh, in a single live stream of mine. I think that aligned right. Okay, so we have some more paint we can add to this. Do we do how wild do we get? Do we switch over? Do we start doing green on this side and red on that side? Or do I put up the new third canvas? Screw it, we already got these. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, my fan just died. I think I think we have one battery here that's charged. Oh yeah. Yep. There we go. We'll have to recharge that battery. Um, I use primary yellow on that side, right? We have cadmium yellow deep hue. That's cadmium yellow hue. Let's go with the cadmium light hue. Emmett says, Omizu, I was just in her live stream and told her you what? Oh, you told her what I said? You said I look like her. No, I said she looks like you. And she excitedly said, really? Then gave a what the fuck, wait, what? Really? Hey man, I'm helping you out. I'm helping you get more subscribers or more haters. I don't know which it's gonna be. Did you tell her Omizu sent you? She's probably like, yeah, I get this all the time. She excited before he said, really. Like, she's probably your long lost sibling, though. Could be long lost sibling. You got a new sister. Honestly, I didn't even know if she was Asian or not. She kind of looks Asian, but I couldn't tell. Not on the small screen. I like their painting though. I dug it. It was cool. I like it. I like it. You guys want me to paint? You guys want me to paint representationally, so you're not confused. So things aren't so confusing. They gotta make sense. You gotta have something to hang on to. It's kind of like an anchor. You gotta have an anchor where you're just floating, floating out in zero gravity. That's a difficult feeling to feel. You want your feet planted on the ground. Oh man, I think I added too much water again. Okay, does that mean I do drip? I didn't want to do drips really. You said, yep. I said I'm here because of Omizu Paintz. I hope she comes and subscribes, man. Because I subscribed to her. And I haven't even watched anything. I'm like, okay, you got a cool painting. I will be back. I will be back and check it out. All right, this is still kind of too thin. Um, you know what? I don't need, since I'm not using the spray paint anymore, I don't need my respirator. I don't need the respirator. What do you guys think? Should I do a splatter? I haven't done any splattering. That's kind of maybe too obvious, the splatter? How about we just do this? You like that, huh? Emmett, look at this. You like this, right? This is awesome right here. This is what everybody was waiting for to see. Just look at that. Look at how that brush moves. Ooh, ooh, so delicious. Oh, oh man. Just look at those brush strokes. What is he even doing? Like, does he even know what he's brushing? Why is he just going nutty like that? Yeah, his stuff's still too a little too thin. Feel like the pigment load on these yellows though. Don't Yellow's a weird color. Guess some cover really well, but like um I could do this too. Whoops. It got on the other canvas. I gotta be careful. I don't want to get it on any other canvas. Oh, how about this way? I did get some over there. That's how you fling paint. That's how you fling the paint, man. This YouTube, if you don't make this a highlight suggestion for me, I'm gonna be so disappointed in you. Yeah, yeah, you see that flick? You see that flick? Hey, Lou Hawk 559, how are you? Thank you for joining the channel. It's always nice to see. Have you been here before, Lou Hawk? If not, welcome. I hope you're having a great day or evening wherever you're at. I just got done uh, demonstrating a little flick technique. The paint is kind of thin, so and plus there was already like yellow on this canvas surface. So if you stick around, I'll show you exactly what's going to happen to yellow on um, the right panel here. Because most people would just be like, "Oh, I'll just let it dry," or you know, you can also like, so it's pretty thin. If it were a little bit more viscous, it would have been nicer. But of course, I added too much water, just a little bit too much water to the paint. Now I got paint all over me. That's the other thing. Um, Surprisingly, I don't get much paint on my clothes unless I just go super nuts. But yeah, we got some runnage going on here. I'm gonna hit this with the hair dryer real quick to help kind of um, set some of the thin layers of paint on there, and then I'll show you exactly what kind of result I am looking for in a moment. You probably won't hear the noise of the hair dryer due to, oh shoot, I need to wipe this. I like to keep my mixing container somewhat clean for the next mix, so it's not just building up thick paint on it, making it harder for me to mix, or the paint itself starts to come up, peel up, loosen up when you add water to it, and then it's in your paint mix. All right, so now the yellow splatters on this side definitely pushed back my brown lattice. And since the yellow is also popping through from behind, it's creating a little bit more depth. Okay. You got to stick around to see what I do with this. You can't just think, oh, he's just making a drippy mess. He just messed up what he had put down before. I almost want to just leave it like that because the drippy mess is kind of neat. But there's a certain technique I take advantage of. And this is about half the process. Now, I was using acrylic paint mixed with matte medium. I don't think it was equal parts, but and then I added a little bit of water, but definitely a little bit too much water. I got to be careful because I don't want to set it all the way. You start to see the very thinner areas are setting. So hopefully, if I time this correctly for the next stage, well, let's try it out. All right. So the next step is I'm taking paper towels. So I got these shop towels. You can pick these up at any like big home supply store. They're in the paint section. They are called rags, but they're heavy duty um, uh, kind of paper towels. All right. All right, guys, let's see if this works or if I screwed it up because I didn't wait long enough. Oh, yeah. And I don't want to do this. I don't want to push down real hard on this. Yeah, I might have not have waited a little too or long enough. And I did push a little bit on this initial wipe, probably because there was more wet paint still. Dabbing definitely will help, but I'll get this very thin kind of veil. Whoops, that's saturated. You're probably like, "Oh, you just wasted all that paint." So the impression it leaves behind is kind of interesting, I find. Yeah, let's sure we're using fresh paper towel. 'Cause once it starts to get saturated with paint, you're just putting paint back on the surface, and which is fine for. Um, Try not to make the paper towels too wet towards the end of this removal process. Now it kind of leaves behind this really interesting organic kind of pattern. It kind of almost mimic the spray paint stuff, the decalcomania of the spray paint layer. Yeah, I could have probably left it sit a little bit longer. This is part of the learning process because it's not like, I have charts, spreadsheets of drying times or setting times for different viscosity or um, viscous or not so viscous paints. Now at this stage, I could wipe away even the stuff that's still here, but it's set a little better. It's kind of interesting because the type of yellow these areas kind of look greenish that are over top the brown. So it's kind of interesting. I don't know if the dark brown itself is more bluish in nature or pigment. There we go. Ah, well, it left something, and that's the cool part. The mystery. You don't know what you're gonna get exactly. You can kind of see what might be left behind, but truly don't know exactly what it's gonna reveal. Darn it. And I just revealed that I ran out of coffee. So let's start with the water. No more coffee for the rest of the night. So it is 6:08 already. I think I started at just after 5, right, guys? So I can hit this again with the hair dryer now to kind of hopefully set this layer a little better. Yeah, there must be some blue in that brown because it's causing that yellow to go green. Okay, you guys, where are we at now? 9 likes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, chat. That's hanging with me right now. I know my live streams kind of get real long. Um, they're not always uh, the best content because there's a lot of back and forth. You know, you're not quite understanding what you're seeing, but it's a slow developing process. And you know, in this world of instant gratification, you know, sometimes we need to just slow down a little bit, slow ourselves down, take a look around us, not so not get so caught up in our own concerns. Okay. Um, we were gonna do some reds on this side. So I'm gonna kind of do the same thing I did. So these, I feel like these reds are gonna be, um, as far as the pigment, a little bit better. So, um, I have this burnt sienna that is kind of like a reddish brown, but I could add something to it. We have cadmium red dark hue or deep hue, or I could add cadmium red medium hue, which will maybe brighten it up a little bit more. Let's do that. We just kind of painting is a string of choices. making choices and then acting upon those choices. So we don't want to sit and dwell too long on those what to do next. Just paralyze yourself. You don't know exactly what's going to happen next. We just hope the outcome is good, whatever that means. The outcome is favorable. But even then, even if it's a failure, it's like that could be that could be the right outcome. Painting isn't mathematics. It's not exact. It's not an exact science. I mean, okay. It's kind of turned it a little bit orange. It's kind of interesting. Cadmium red hue. Is that light? Or just medium hue and burnt sienna. Kind of creating an orangish color. Did I know that already? Probably have done it before. Let's see. I'm missing. Ralphie says, later I'm going to finish Our Lady. Maybe this afternoon here in the Philippines. I have some errands. All right, Ralphie, thank you for joining us. Uh, have a wonderful day. The tomorrow that we will see in the future. But yeah, you have a wonderful day. Yeah, it's starting to get later here. Like I said, well, there's still light out, so probably around 6:30. Uh, it's getting darker earlier and earlier. So yeah, who knows? The sun could be on the horizon right now, and we're just getting that uh, after sunset glow, but I don't think it's quite gone down. Ralphie has some errands to do. Everybody has things they need to take care of. So it is very, very greatly appreciated that you guys come through and say anything at all in my chats, even if it's just for a moment. I appreciate it. I remember some of my earlier streams, you'd just be all by yourself, but it was good because I got more painting done. But then if somebody did drop in the chat, I wasn't really paying attention to the chat. So over time, I learned to be able to do both. Now it's not quite simultaneous, but I make sure to keep an eye on the chat. So if people drop in, sometimes I get really involved in what I do, and then I don't see the chat right away when somebody comments. So, um, happen with this kind of live stream. All right, we got our kind of auburn. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's like a orangish brown. And we're gonna add this like we did to the other side. I'm just gonna loosely brush it on. It's a little bit thicker than the yellow. I don't know, the yellows seemed like the paint wasn't holding together as well, even though I added matte medium. But it could have been from the water, the amount of water I added to the mix. You always want to kind of keep an eye on portions. because this is nice. Like, if I were to do a kind of fast painting and I mixed pre-mixed colors, like I want to say this is like a pretty nice buttery consistency that moves across the canvas fairly well. It's not it's not it's not a whole lot of friction. The bottom part might be a little thin as far as the amount of paint. Mm, it is definitely thicker. So if we can get some of this down here. Now it's not running like the other paint was, so we're gonna get a different outcome as far as what kind of pattern gets left behind. Um, what I could do to create something. Come on, there's crap in the paint. All right, try to take advantage of as much paint that's left in the brush as I can. But it all ends up back in the brush. 'Cause it's so slick, it won't take to the canvas. Just wants to stay on the brush. Okay, let's clean our brush. See what we got next. We Coucho Mark says, "How long did it take before people instantly showing up during your live streams?" Um, I had a few followers, and they were younger people that would come through here and there. And it wasn't until I ended up like going on another painter's live stream, Dondrell Lee Artistry, on his stream, and just kind of saying hello and participating in his chat. And then he ended up like um, showing some of like my art from my Instagram or something. And then people from his stream started to kind of migrate. Not like they left his stream, like they don't go to his stream any longer, but they would come over to my stream and just kind of chill and hang out. And I've done that with other like streamers that kind of do the same thing, painting streams, and just kind of get in their chat and um, it's kind of like I don't know if the proper introduction was made, but just participating in their chat, saying hello, and not being aggressive about it. Some people like, oh, I want to get into other people's chats so I can promote myself and my stuff, and I'm like, I'm not really doing that. If somebody wants to like take a look at my stuff and do that because that's what they want to do, then that's cool. But I'm not gonna try and push like, hey, I do this and da da da. I can't remember how it came up. Um, maybe I was asked this. I have paints in my name, so that that assumes that that's what I do. So people might take a look at what I do. But Don Drell's really generous um, in that sense, and she'll show other content creators on his channel. Not everybody is that generous. Some really dislike any kind of mention of uh, other other creators in their chats, which I think is I get it. You know, it's their stream or whatever. I can see if somebody it's I guess it's how it's presented. But yeah, um, so I've just in like just participating in other people's streams, and then some of those people, uh now I don't hide the fact that I'm a live streamer too. So it in that sense, I might be like, "Oh yeah, I live stream too." And that's about it. And if somebody wants to ask about it, I'll elaborate, but I don't do a lot of shameless self-promotion. I just enjoy seeing other people create, especially painters, see how they paint and what they do. So I get I'm curious, so I end up asking questions, and hopefully the person whose stream it is will uh, indulge me in those questions. And so you know they start to see you in their chats more often, and you kind of support them. You know, people are people will come check you out. I don't know. I don't think there's one absolute way of gathering followers. I don't think any one way is wrong or incorrect if you're trying to build followers. But like I've had my channel since 2009, and when I first started it, I was just posting my skateboard edits to the channel. This was early YouTube, so it wasn't like I I I would get people who are in the skateboarding scene, my local skateboarding scene, that would sub to my channel, but it wasn't like a huge following. Um, and I wasn't even live streaming. I couldn't live stream. I didn't even know what live streaming was way back then, if they even had live streaming. Okay, I don't want to let this dry too long because I was going to. I don't know if that satisfies your question, Gaucho. I think I just ended up rambling on, but um, I think to gain followers, you need to consistently create content, and you need to be persistent about your live streaming if you're live streaming. So I don't really make videos, but I consistently, somewhat consistently and persistently live stream. And you can see I got like 400 something uh you know subs, so that's not really a lot. Yeah. So when I was doing the skateboard edits, I stopped posting those around 2012, 2013 because I moved to this state of Iowa. I'm from Minnesota, and that's where most of my community is that I know is from. So I kind of had to start all over, and so I didn't post anything for a long time on this channel up until about um 2, maybe 3 years ago. But live streaming only it's definitely been a full year of kind of live streaming, like, consistently. And I use that a little bit loosely because in the beginning I wasn't all that consistent. Okay, that helped to remove some paint, and I like kind of doing this decalcomania process, which is basically uh, using something to make like an impression in the paint surface, or putting paint on something to make an impression, like a stamp or something. Now, if I hit this, oh yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So, yeah, I would say consistently streaming for since last winter, or late winter, early spring, and slowly building up just live streaming. Oh, it does. Are you streaming yourself, Calcio? Are you thinking about getting into live streaming? I just say whatever you're live streaming, if you're passionate about that thing, then the live streaming part will just come naturally. Like, I can't say I was like super gung ho about live streaming, but since I was so like pretty much nobody knew who I was or still knows who I am. Um, I don't feel ob- obliged or obligated to like present myself a certain way. Like, I try to behave, but I'm just gonna be myself. And it wasn't always easy to speak on camera or feel like you're speaking in front of an audience. But the thing is, I feel like for myself, as long as I can't see the audience, it doesn't make me freak out as much as if I had to do some kind of uh, speech in front of people that are just staring at me. We might get some interesting patterns after I remove some of this paint. I want to make sure some of it, like a lot of the specs, and you can see the area that is thick with paint. We're going to take a little bit longer to dry or set. So those are the areas that are going to like reveal the underpainting as I go in there and remove the paint. Oh, let's see. Let's see what happened. You said yes and no, burnt out at work, love to paint, fantasizing about finding a way to paint full time. Yeah, same here. I have a 9 to 5 job, uh, full time job. So I work 40 hours a week. It's what I have to do to pay the bills. And I'm married. So if I wasn't married, it was just me, I could suffer through stuff. But once you got a home and you got a mortgage you got to pay and you have all these bills you got to take care of. especially when you're with somebody else. Um, you rely upon each other, and you don't want to ruin that. So, and some people are able to just go head first into taking a risk. I say you gotta kind of know yourself. Like if you're the type that worries and freaks out about if you're gonna be able to make rent or not, maybe not dive in at first. Like if you're willing to feel that those burns, go through that, then yeah, go for it. Yeah, it's not a one size fits all and kind of thing. And I hate when these people are like, I don't even know if they're content creators or uh just people trying to sell something to you. Um, make it seem that way, like anybody can do this. And it's like, yeah, if you know the type of person you are, then maybe it'll work out easy. Some might struggle a little more. Some don't mind the struggle. Some prefer that unknown. It's almost like these paintings. It's like I don't know what it's gonna look like at the very end. I'm just kind of along for the ride. I make choices as far as like what I'm gonna do, and then slowly reveals itself over time. Now, I am not a full-time abstract painter. I do I do also illustration stuff. I do figurative and representational. That's kind of what I'm kinda mostly known for, but I would do these paintings where I would create kind of like set a stage for that, representational stuff, usually kind of semi-narrative in a sense. This would be a backdrop for something like that. Now I'm trying to play around with being a little bit more open to the abstract side and not necessarily full on representation. But I like making these kind of pattern type pieces. Who knows? I don't know the small panels that I got going on here. I don't know exactly what I'm going to put on them. These other larger ones, I cut these stencils and I'm going to do these abstract line, kind of an abstract line on top of them. And so it gets painted a certain way and then I outline it. I could even do a little drop shadow to kind of give it some depth. Um, those I can do when it starts to get a little colder. But as far as creating setting the stage, uh, I can kind of do that inside, but with certain types of paints, like the spray paints and maybe enamel paints. I haven't busted out the oil enamel paints just because they take a little while longer to dry. Um, but the spray paints have a certain uh, smell, and the fumes kind of can overpower a space really, uh, with without if you're lacking in any kind of ventilation, proper ventilation to exhaust those fumes. So, um, but I use latex paints, acrylic, oil-based or solvent-based paints and stuff like that, using different types. That's kind of why I layer stuff because you can go, full bore at some and just start throwing all types of paints at the surface. Doesn't mean your painting is going to hold together over time. And even what I'm doing here is still somewhat of an unknown as far as um, the longevity of the work because I'm doing different layers of paints on top of different types of paints. Who knows how acrylic paint's gonna hold on top of, the solvent-based spray paints, or how the solvent-based spray paint will hold over top, like, the acrylic paints or latex paints or whatever, because these are definitely built up with different types of paints. Um, I thought there would be a lot more, openings left behind on this one, but that's what happens when um, you kinda let things cure a little. Now I can wipe away. I don't wanna lose too much of my surface layer. I can continue to wipe away stuff, and I can also come back once this is dry or set or, um, polymerized or cured. I could take sandpaper to it and change the surface quality in that way. These are thinner, more lightweight canvas. They purchased at Michael's. They're kind of cheap, on the cheaper end. I want to say they're like Chinese. Not that that's bad, but they're usually kind of uh, the quality isn't as great as if you're using a heavyweight cotton duct or linen or whatever. So, man, is this been pretty laggy and pick. Thanks, man. I'm in the same boat. Have bills and people that depend on me. So just do what I love when I can. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at. Um, when I was younger, my time was my time, and I could definitely do a lot more painting, do projects, um, do a lot more projects that would, uh, keep me out of the house longer. But yeah, when you have people that rely upon you, you got to find that balance. It's tough because you get, like, I'll come out here. It's only for an hour and a half, or half an hour. If I could put one layer on something, then I feel like I at least accomplished something that will satisfy me until, my next session. So that ended up with a lot more paint on it, and this side, very little, and that's fine, because we'll keep building these up. So I have these ones that I added a few layers. They're pretty thick. I could probably go even thicker, but the amount of paint on them, it's not bad for these lightweight canvases from Michaels. They have quite a few layers on them. Spray paint, a lot of spray paint under the acrylic layers. So we'll see. But yeah, the surface layers. It's very textured. Um, the red one though comes off is very plasticky. These two aren't too bad. I don't know. The middle one is my probably the one that I'm attached to the most. Whoa, guys! Thank you, guys. Man, it's already almost. It's little more than quarter to 7 p.m. here. Thank you guys for all the likes. We got up over 10. My average I would say is still around 7 or 8 per stream. But thank you guys for the 11 likes. I appreciate it. Don't worry, we're not done yet. Not until my wife texts me. or it gets to be about 8 o'clock here, then I would probably want to start wrapping it up to go in and make dinner. But I do have this. So let me take these, let me, or at least one of these off the wall so I can replace it with the one canvas that's part of this trio, only because they're the same size, all the same size, and that I started I started them a long time ago with the spray paint layers um, at the same time. So this one was interesting. I'm trying to figure out how, or at least recall how. I think so. This top layer is the acrylic or latex um, enamel paint. I keep saying enamel, but I'm not sure if that because it's Rust-Oleum's Painter's Touch in a can versus the spray paint. Um, and and that layer went over, I think, layers of spray paint. And before it fully set or cured, I like took a dry cloth, I think, to it and oops, wiped away some areas. Oh my gosh, I lost my screw. I heard it somewhere around here. I sure did. And that was not the screw. There, guys. Are you kidding me? How do I lose? All right, we'll just. I gotta move these canvases anyways. Not sure if these ones are done yet, though. I have six, which are 18 by 24 inches. Six of them that are ready to have these line stenciled pieces put on them, but I got to do four more of these designs. 'Cause I got two, and I drew those on my iPad in Procreate, so I have a ton of them I can draw from. I just got to make time and do it. Where is the screw at? I heard it. It can't have gone far. Yeah, it can't just disappear. Um, Never mind. I grab a. I can get back here. Let's see. Whoops. Those are nails. Those are staples. Those are nails. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Think these are the. Yep. Sorry, guys. Not a whole lot of space in my garage anymore. There we go. That'll hold her in place. I should actually be painting rocks. So, um, let me turn this one. For this one, drip. We'll kind of follow the same routine. And if we diverge from that routine, that's fine. But I'm gonna do drips. God, is this really like, are you guys getting that crazy, laggy, pixelated? It's just crazy. Sometimes. I appreciate you letting me know, Gaucho. I don't know. Maybe I need to stop listening to I'm painting badly live stream. It might be sucking up a little bit of bandwidth, causing my stream to slag a little, slag off. All right. So drippage. We have kind of a purple. We can use yellow to contrast that purple, or we can go a little bit closer. Maybe blue. Let's use the blue. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Crayon is live on Twitch. Did he survive LA? I gotta see. He was in LA. Crayon. He is a Korean in from Vancouver that made a trip to LA with 700 bucks in his pocket. I don't know if he has any other money. I'm sure people are dropping some money in his Twitch, but somebody said one of his regulars, I'm assuming his subscribers or um, members, asking if he's in San Diego now. He's in San Diego now. What do you get up early in the morning to hop on a bus or something? Yeah, thought he was in LA. I'm getting a little paint splatters. So yesterday he went to Santa Monica Boardwalk and was kind of walking down there. And everybody's like, dude, you should probably go to the hotel because he hadn't checked into a hotel yet. He like went straight from the airport, was riding some buses to get to Santa Monica Beach. He had no idea what was going on, unless he's like trolling everybody. But he finally got on a bus that was heading towards the beach, made it to the beach, was walking around this pier. I mean, I don't know, wherever they had like carnival stuff going on. Then he walked up the beach towards the skate park there. I don't know if it's Venice skate park, but then he was trying to get to Koreatown. It was dark. He couldn't figure out what bus he needed to get on. And people are like teasing him or trolling him, like, dude, you're gonna get stabbed, you're gonna get stabbed on the bus, you're gonna get mugged and all this stuff. And he's just like, I don't know if this is a character he's created or if this is really him, but he's like, I don't want to say he's autistic, but it's just so aloof or unaware. At least that's what it seems like. But yep, Mr. Crayon. And the whole time he's like got off the plane, he's got his luggage, his suitcase, his little suitcase. He's dragging with him everywhere. Like, dude, everybody in LA knows you're a fucking tourist. You are gonna get mugged. But he survived. He was riding this bus to Koreatown. He wasn't quite sure if he was on the right bus. Then he starts chit chatting with people on the bus, and like it made his live stream much more interesting because he's talking to these rando people on the bus. It's just hilarious. Like I guess they don't mind being having their face shown on live stream. So like it's crazy. Some of these live streamers when they're out in the public and they're live streaming, how that is to them that is normal, and from the outside they're not thinking, they don't realize maybe from the outside other people are like this is not typical, but it's becoming, I guess, more common nowadays than it was in the past. He's somewhere, I think it's San Diego. Yeah, there's like more palm trees or something. I don't know about LA, but there's a sculpture across the street that looks very similar to a sculpture that's uh, downtown here in Des Moines. Uh, so I'm assuming it's the same artist, sculptor. It's the one downtown. It's like a human figure form, and it's like a shell that's made out of all these different letters that make up the form. Pretty interesting. Okay, I can't watch his stream anymore. It's gonna give me anxiety because he has no idea where he's going. He's just flying by the seat of his pants. It's insane. But he has his followers to help him out. It it says, "I am scared. What will happen today? Just chatting." And he's walking around San Diego. All right, come on, get out of there. I don't need anything eating up bandwidth. And my wife says Lily needs out again, but that was an hour ago. All right, guys. Sorry. Are you guys only seeing half? Like I didn't zoom in that much, did I? Like what I'm seeing is like only a partial. You're getting like half of each canvas. Well, it's not even live streaming. This is my monitor. Come on, let's see. Come on. It's not zoomed out enough. Yeah. Thanks, Grout or Coucho. Sorry. 3/4 of each. Yeah, I don't all of a sudden it just went. I don't know if that was me on my phone that's recording. It looks like I'm so far zoomed out, and that's not what I'm seeing in my monitor, which is I don't know. I wonder if it has something to do with YouTube is going to start to do a simultaneous for content creators, simultaneous horizontal and vertical stream. So whatever people prefer can watch in that format. And I don't think you'll get penalized. Like if you do vertical streams, YouTube will push your content a little bit more than if you do horizontal streams. That's what it seems like. Anyways, I am going to drop some of this bright aqua green. Something about these colors that I just that catch my eye. So I'm going to do some drips on this one like I did the other two, just to kind of keep the process a little consistent. Since I probably could have set up all three on the wall at once, but with the vertical format, it would have been a little awkward, and I'd have to zoom out even more. So just tiny bit of water. I added a decent amount of this matte medium to the paint, kind of help uh, um, make up for uh, the binding or lack of binding due to the water that I add to the paint. This will help stabilize the acrylic a little bit better when using water. So we're gonna apply these drips here, just like we did with the other two. Just let all the way across. Sometimes I don't do all the way across, like go all the way across, but I don't do it in one nice waterfall like this. I might chop it up and create intervals so there's spaces in between each brush full of paint. You need to start doing more of the horizontal, like do the horizontal orientation and then do the drips. But I've been doing more of these or vertical portrait orientation and then dripping. Not a whole lot of water, so it's causing this to not drip as far, which is maybe we'll leave it like that instead of instead of it trying to reach all the way to the bottom of the canvas. Um, let's see. So you said that's perfect. The color is dope ass. Yeah, I so sometimes I don't register the chroma. To me, I'm focused on its value. So if I have darker values or darker values that dominate the underpainting, I will switch it up and go with a lighter value color and kind of play with it in that way. So I start to create a back and forth of um, color value. Well, value, but not necessarily being so concerned about the colors, even though I do like, okay, I want to stay within maybe this range of the color wheel and these colors next to a particular color on the color wheel. Um, but then sometimes I'll just like, well, let's just try robo palms. We have random. What's up? Oh, nice. The dripping or dried. All right. No, it's still definitely ran more. I didn't add any water. Sometimes I'll add. What is going on, YouTube? No, now it started back up. Jeez Louise, you are. Killing me, YouTube. You're ruining my live streams. Yeah, now look at it. Yeah, now look at it. It's back to it's yeah, like freaking jump cuts. Really? Hold on a second. Oh god. It's probably because I'm in the garage. It's hard for the signal to get out here, but we do have boosters, so I don't know what's going on. Sorry guys. Let me hit this let me hit this one with the almost like colored cake icing. I gotta be careful because the heat from the hair dryer is causing some weird surface tension things going on. So the top layers are drying, but the paint underneath is still wet. So it's causing some dimples and cracks. But yeah, that definitely looks like blue raspberry icing. Um, I could pull. I could try to do a pull. It's gonna pull a lot of paint because I feel like that's pretty, still pretty wet. But let's do it, guys. That's what we're here for, is to see what happens. Um, Trying to find the edge. There we go. Yeah, there was quite a bit of it paint on there. Um, Again, I should set up. I have big sheets of 22 by 30 inch. Um, it's not really cardstock. It's a little bit thicker. I found them at Target. They were selling them in pack, so it's paper, but it's a little thicker. Not cardstock, but I've been doing stuff on top of those. So I should get some of those out here, post them to the wall, and then just start adding my leftover paint to that. Well, there's some texture there. There is some texture. Are we still having issues? Hold on. Let me bring up well, It's showing exactly what I did just a minute ago. So is my arm in there? Hey, hey, if I see my arm waving in there soon. Dude, are you freaking kidding me? It's at least it's at least 30 seconds behind. Hey, what's going on, H Music Videos? There it goes again. I don't know what I'm doing. What's causing this? Start a poll? No. Thank you for joining us, H Music Videos. I hope you're doing well. God, this stream is just gonna be a disaster, especially when I go back to look at it. It's just gonna be so bad. Let me hit this with the hair dryer again. Oh, okay, hold on, guys. I want to try and do another square. It's funny that the more passes I do, especially with the drying times in between, the more rugged that paint starts to become, like with the surface texture. 'Cause some of it's dry and some of it's not dried underneath. There's skin films developing; those get pulled. It's just getting real raunchy. I don't know if that's the right word. Uh-oh. Yes. So I have this rock here. Um, Doing okay. Working on a project while watching their creation. Oh, cool. I'm glad I can be uh, providing that hopefully inspiration or motivation, if not even inspiration, but just motivation. Am I sitting in wet paint? I like that too because I'll watch other people live stream and I'll while I'm doing stuff. And it's always comforting. I want to flip this around and we'll do some spray paint layers on this. Not sure if this is fully set or cured, but we will just rotate it anyways. Screw is bent down or it was set down in the down position. How about this? That's not gonna be touching. Mm, Weird. Mm, Oops. It's weird. That is set. Now that held tight. So spray paint, guys. We are at 7:20 p.m. or for our non-American friends, 1919, 1919 minutes. 1900. Is it really? Yeah, it says 12 p.m. plus 7 plus 19. 19, 19 minutes. Okay. Got that set for whatever. And I did use brown, using browns. We want to continue with the brown theme. I do have kind of oranges. We have this spice amber. We can use wild honey, and we have this really light yellow, um, citrus yellow. Where'd this come from? I don't remember this color. I don't think I used it yet. So let's take advantage of it. And we're going to use these orange and yellows up against what we got going now. Yes, your boost to get a new project. Yes, your boost to new project started. Oh, I forgot what I was talking about before. So I was trying to make sense of it. God, for some reason, it keeps zooming in and out. I wonder if that has anything to do with why my streams are acting funny. I just want you guys to be able to see both canvases fully at the same time. Okay, we're gonna need to put on our respirator for sure. It's gonna get stinky in here. Well, I'm not using anything too dark. I guess we got a lot of dark because of the purple, really dark purple. So maybe not going. What do we want to do? Hold on a second. Let's think about this. So I did a lattice on this side. I did horizontal lines on this side. What do I go? Vertical lines? I already got some vertical stuff going on there. Unsure. Very unsure. Um, well, we're gonna need some more paper. So, but we already used both sides on this one. I got some drippage. So I decided to go with cones. Okay. 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 I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I like it. Okay, I like it. The center one got a little thick, but man, if I had a wide horizontal canvas and those all the way alternating up and down, that'd be so cool. Let me get my hair dryer. Again, dry these, and then we can do the last layer, and then let's see if we can paint some rocks. Paint some rocks. Mhm. Okay. I want to say I rotated this again after I did. Or was that one always? Because on this one, I think it was this way. Because I started with the drips from the top here. I guess the drips are from the top there. So I'm gonna flip this around again, just so we kind of continue with our game of orientation, canvas orientation. I haven't done any horizontal things yet, but that could possibly be something we can uh, do with the next layers after this. So I'll probably stop with this last layer on this one, and then work on whoops, shoe. Um, Work on painting some rocks. I need to get some rocks ready. Making some rocks. Well, uh, I'm participating in a local art fair here in Iowa. I usually do this every year, the first Saturday of November. And so I want to have some stuff. My wife suggested painting some rocks, and I'm like, I guess I could do that. People aren't always so keen on buying big paintings. I bring along prints of stuff, and sometimes some of that sells, but We need to try different things. So maybe some rocks will sell. We will paint some rocks, see what we can paint on some rocks. And print out some magnets. I do have some puzzle. Buddy of mine gave me a bunch of canvases and these like puzzles, blank puzzles, and that'd be kind of cool to do something on top of that. I don't know what I would do. Can't be too crazy because the puzzle pieces, unless I figure out a way to uh, make sure I could separate the puzzle pieces if I like paint on them, because you'd want to do the whole image at once with the pieces all together. The paint will cause those pieces to adhere together, so you'd have to like cut through the paint skin or take it apart right away. Doesn't guarantee it would go back together right away. Um, so we used yellow, which is very faint. We used a mix of cadmium, red medium, and the burnt sienna on the green one. I feel like, do I go blue? What do I even have? I have other browns. Darker brown? I have a burnt umber. Since I didn't use brown on this one, I could use burnt umber, but I don't know if I want to use straight burnt umber. Orange, or I could use yellow. I can mix cadmium yellow deep hue. Let's do that. We're not gonna sit and think about it or dwell on it too long. Let's just make a choice and go with it. This is still basically underpainting. You can't be um, too hung up on what we're seeing at this stage. Come on, yeah, you yellow belly. This is gonna lighten up the burnt umber. Okay. Hopefully not too much where it blends in with the yellow oranges we have going on at this point. And where are we at? I don't even know how long the stream's been going on. I think I started at 5. So about 2.5 hours now. Pretty good stream for my day off. I do work tomorrow is Friday. I usually work, let's see, Friday is going to be an 8-hour shift. My schedule's changed quite a bit since we hired on a new person. So they've picked up some shifts, evening shifts, which cause me not to have to work full 12s. But I still work full 12 on Saturday and possibly a full 12 on Sunday every other week. which is fine with me. So it leaves. So before I had a schedule of um, work 4 hours on a Sunday, have 3 days off in a row, Monday through Wednesday, and then work 3 12s. Is that how it was? Yep, 3 12s in a row, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then I was working an 8 hour shift, I think on that Sunday, have Monday off, work at 12 on Tuesday, work a 4 hour shift on Wednesday, have Thursday off, work uh, 8 on Friday, and then 12 on Saturday, and then back to the 4 hour shift again. So I pretty much work every Saturday. Lately, I've been working the second week of the pay period, 8 on Sunday, 12 on Tuesday, 4 on Wednesday, a 12 on Friday, which meant I only had to work a 4 on Saturday, usually a 3 to 7 shift. So I was getting some Saturday mornings free, which is nice. All right, guys. So we got kind of this kind of like a poopy brown, almost greenish in color. Let's apply this loosely like we did with the other layers. I think I was thinking of burnt umber. This burnt umber or raw umber, not burnt umber. Raw umber. I'm like, why is I'm gonna say is burnt umber lighter than raw umber? I can't remember. I don't have that color out here. I don't even know if they Blick does a raw umber. Is this unless this is raw umber? What was it? What did I say it was? Burnt umber. So yeah, raw umber. I feel like burnt would be darker, but not necessarily. Oh, there's still a lot of umber on here. Trying to be real light with the paint. It was still kind of watery. Oh yeah, it's like running down my brush. Like I just unleash the waterworks of mud. So I'm wondering, what can I do? Ah, what can I do that's A little bit different from what I've already done on the other two. The first one was really liquidy, more watered down, so there was a lot of dripping and things running and sagging. Whereas this one on the left was a little thicker, but nice and smooth and buttery when it went on, just like this one. Oh, my wife is texting me. She was texting me the emoji where you stick your tongue out, probably letting me know maybe it's getting close to dinner time, dinner making time. Let's see. Yep, sticking her tongue out like, hey, buddy, time to take your painter's hat off and put your chef's hat on. It's dinner time. That or the dog needs to go out again, or she's trying to get my attention. That's what she's doing. Um, I need to wipe this out. I do have a 4-inch wide brush that I could use. Yeah, you could see. Okay, so the watery bits, watery bits and bits and bits are. Might as well just use a fresh one. Wipe it down. Yeah, so I have to work tomorrow morning at 7, so I can't be up too late. That or she's watching my stream and is like making fun of me because I was supposed to be painting rocks. And instead, I'm painting canvases. Oh, dang, I could have used the leftover paint that was in here and tested it out on that rock. Oh, not always thinking. Not always thinking. I wanted to actually do the rocks and hit them with spray paint first to see how that uh, would work, and then paint on top of the spray painted rock. Okay. We need to clean the brush here. That paint water is getting there to the point where it's not going to do much. You said, Calcio, you said, have to drop. Thanks for the advice, Amizu. See you next time. Yeah, thanks, Calcio. I appreciate you being here. If you're interested in sharing any artwork or whatever, you can put it up. I think you can post it up on my community or on my YouTube. Um, I haven't really put that out there, but I changed my settings so that the community can post stuff. So if you're interested and you want to share any artwork or anything, go for it. I'm sure people enjoy seeing other people's stuff. If not, not a big deal. And I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a good night or day. I'm assuming evening. We all have lives to live. And yeah, thanks again. This is, I hope, a space for fellow like minded creators, artists, whatever, even if you're like a musician or, I don't know, whatever you do in the arts. And I feel like this is a place you can share. Sometimes I can be a little crass, but usually, um, usually I try to, you know, uh, be as friendly as I can. Keep it lighthearted. All right. So, not sure how long this will take. I feel like I want to scrape the paint off. Something that's like, hey, just scrape the paint off. Um, I scrape it off so it ends up on our rock. And then we end up with a brown rock instead of a kind of grayish, like um, uh, graphite color rock. It's a brown rock. Hmm. Or we have this thing I used before. It is a piece of kind of styrofoam, not more plasticky. I don't know what they do with it. It's foam, or do I have something else that I could use? I have like tape that I ripped off of packaging. Do I hit it with the tape? I don't know what the tape would do. Let's try it. This is what we're here for, to experiment. Then I can wipe the tape off, actually. I'm using the plastic side because the actually I did looks like I did I hit the this side with something that was blue, and this side had like cardboard remnants of cardboard still attached to it. Okay, this way with the plastic, I can wipe it off and then do it again. That's the cool thing about the plastic. This again is part of the decalcomania. Oh, come on. I thought it was sticking already. It's almost like tree bark now. Yeah, we're gonna need another paper towel. So, what, 3 more of these? It's like a 2-inch piece of tape, maybe? Come on, it's curling on me. Weirdo, weirdo tape. Time for a new paper towel. It's well, but we do have this old one, so let's utilize this old one first. Not very saturated in paint. Am I getting water on me or paint? I can't tell. No, it'd be cool if I had some other, like, paper stuff ready, and I should try this next time, especially with this tape. Is take whatever paint is on here, then transfer that to something. So I'm taking from one thing, pulling it from one canvas, and then putting it onto some another surface like paper. So it'd almost be like a monoprint kind of thing. Can still within this decalcomania process. Decal, as in sticker, Omania. Have to look up that coal main new it's almost like tree bark. Yeah. Taking this and then making an impression onto some paper. That would be I wonder if that would come out as something interesting or just a mess. Guess it depends on how dry and tacky the paint is. You could let it sit for a bit before you make the transfer. All right, one more side, guys. One more side. That was 5 of these. Oh, I used the paper side. Okay. I thought I was using the plastic side, but I used the paper side. Similar, but a little different impression. A little bit different, slight difference. Okay, guys. So then we take our hair dryer and we're gonna hit whatever we can, and then we'll try to wipe away um, anything that is still wet. I almost kind of like it like this. Man, there's some texture to this. Kind of like how that plastic tastes, what kind of patterns it created. Very um what do they call it? Interesting how the acrylic paint is reacting to the different paint of the underpainting, especially the spray paint as I hit it with the heat. Also the acrylic or the latex enamel latex paint that's under the acrylic stuff along with the early underpainting of spray paint. Okay, guys. I hope I don't lose a lot of this, but it might not really do much. I use too much water. I'm gonna remove it completely. But let's see. Maybe dab at it. Dabby dab first. I'll get the surface primed with water first. So I start trying to wipe some of that yellow spray paint, yellow and oranges starting to come through. Some of the aqua starting to reveal itself. None of the purple though. Some red, some purples. Ooh, this is giving me Max Ernst vibes. Just certain areas. I wonder if he. Hmm. Yeah. All right. We're gonna need some more not saturated paper towels or shop towels. Okay. After I do this, I'm gonna check with my wife if she's good. Well, it is 8 o'clock. If she's good, I don't know. Maybe I'll do some. No, I can't stay up too late, even though I stay up late. I need some winding down time. The long painting sessions. Man, that one day where I did in one day out here, just my legs were just beat from standing, standing, getting up, getting down. Still need more clean, less water. I want to say less water, less damp, less damp. Man, it is really lagging. Wait, what's going on here? This, I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. Whatever's happening to my stream today. I don't know. Maybe it's because I was talking ish about YouTube. They- They're like, fuck with those. You know, that would be just paranoid. That's just paranoid thinking. Well, I honestly think that might be as much without really starting to wipe hard or scratch, scuff the surface of that layer. Mm, well, that brown, so we used yellow medium, cadmium yellow medium, and that uh, burnt umber, and that really um, neutralized this kind of somewhat bright surface. Okay, do I wipe it hard? I could feel the texture in there. Ooh, yeah. This is definitely giving me Max Ernst vibes. If anybody's wondering who he is, he was part of the Surrealist movement. And he really played with the decalcomania technique. Uh, but I think he was using oil paint, so it's a little bit different from what I'm doing here, but not probably not that too far off. I'm sure he wasn't like doing removal of paint like this, but who knows? I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if we have any documentation of his working process, but his paintings are just wonderful. I don't know. I don't know what other words to use to describe it. Besides wonderful. Ah, inspiring. Okay, I think that's probably as much as we're gonna get, like I said, without scraping the surface. Uh, okay, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna probably end the stream here. It looks like, let's see, we skip to my loo. Um, skip to the loo. Do you skip to the loo or skip to my loo? Okay. Those are the three panels we did some work on today. Let me um, grab my coffee mug. I mean my um, gosh darn it, my cord. What's going on here? I swear to God, this thing is acting so weird. But okay, I give you guys a little up close sneak peek. You see all that texture in that brown? In areas where the paint was revealed, the underpainting was revealed. You can see the texture here. This one, you can kind of see the texture in that sienna um, cadmium red. Not sure about this one yet. You can make out the faint lines of the lattice. And then you have this one is on top of the red, it's kind of washed out. And on top of the sienna, raw sienna, and these the spray paint, almost seems kind of greenish. Yeah, those splatters, very ghostly images coming through there. But yeah, this one had the least coverage out of all. This one probably has the most of that last layer. This next, and then this one the least. But I want to thank you all for joining me on this live stream of, geez, almost 3 hours. Or wait, was it 3 hours? Two almost 240 minutes. So pretty darn close. But I want to thank everybody that came through, was hanging with me in chat. Thank you, Coucho Marks. Thank you, H Music Videos. One, thank you, Random Oddities. Check out Random on his channel. He does some wonderful drawings. Ralphie Draws X7T. I have no idea what that stands for. Check out Ralphie's channel. Uh, he works with pencils, pencil drawings, color pencils and such, pens too. Thank you, Lou Hawk 559 for stopping by, saying hello. Thank you, Huzzah Creative, aka or not aka, but Emmett from Huzzah Creative. Check out Emmett's channel at that handle. He does oil painting. Who else do we have? Uh, Dave from CRPG Dungeons and Dragons Night. If you're interested in CRPGs, check out Dave's channel under that handle. He's also on Twitch at CRPG D and D Night. Oh wait, this one should be CRPG Dungeons and Dragons Night. I don't understand why his handle's different, but Old School Dave, thank you for stopping by. Sabrina Suburban Garden, thank you again for stopping by. It's always good to see uh, familiar faces. Thank you, Dondra Lee Artistry. Uh, guys, check out Dondra Lee Artistry. Even if you're not into his type of painting, he is one of the most inspirational dudes on YouTube. And I have to give him a big shout out because he was also one of the first, probably the first person to shout me out, show my work on his live stream. But yeah, um, appreciate that, Dondrell. I hope you enjoyed that cheeseburger on your birthday. Uh, thank you, Sayuri Casas, for dropping by, saying hello, Frederick Oser, or Os 9459. Thank you, Iconic Anya. Thank you, W Hunts or Once. Uh, those were some new faces in our chat today. So thank you all for joining me. I hope you all have a good evening or day. Wink, wink. Ralphie draws. He is enjoying the next day. And yeah, until next time, y'all. Bye for now, and peace out.